Good evening. Yeah, the mic was not on. I said hello, hello. I was just saying we're getting started here. I was doing some adjustments to the stream, trying to get the text quality a little higher. So we'll see. We'll see. I changed the latency mode from ultra low latency to just regular low latency, which would hopefully make the text more clear, but maybe delay the um, my quick response to chat. But I hope that I'm still fast enough when I see your comments come in. What's good? What's good? Yeah, it looks pretty clear to me. Okay, that's good. I don't know. I'm always like a little self conscious about my stream quality, and I don't have all my good stuff set up. I just don't have enough time in the day to do everything, you know? So, one thing we've noticed is that when we put a rock in the minecart, oh, there's already some fish in there. If you take the minecart and you drive it around, what happens is the physics bodies will sleep. So, oh, yep, see, they slid right out. And I think that's because they're set to can sleep. 3 seconds from post overlay popping up on twist. That's 3 seconds. Yeah, but and then I have to look over there too. But that makes sense. 3 seconds. It's not great. I think there are some other ways to make it even more low latency. So we can try something where we have this ability to set can sleep, and we can just do that. Let us super here. Let's just try set can sleep. Um, So we have to do this little shortcut because we have some oddities with our extended. I think this is just not going to fly, right? Yeah, see, but we can do this. We have to call it. So this is a little trick. Set can sleep. And so to prove to you that this works, we will also print sleeping, no sleep. So we'll see how that works. No sleep. All my objects have no sleep now, which makes them a little more compute intensive. Keep that off. 180, 220. That's good frame rate. Um, so put a fish in there. Put a rock in there. Okay, let's try to move it. Come on, stay in there. Oh, they're staying in there so much better. And they still slide out, but that does improve the overall. And we didn't lose any frame rate, so we're gonna keep that setting on. So we've got 2 rocks in there. And the other problem is that we're using a yeah, they slept right out. They slipped right out. So that's bad. Let's try to see if we can improve that real quick. So that didn't have any effect. We'll allow them to sleep. No eepy. We have a little sleepy. Sleepy. I do that when I get tired, but I got some coffee, so we're gonna go ham tonight. Okay. I also have some work running in the background where I have to do like my actual job. So if I'm looking down, that means maybe I could move this to the right so you know that like I'm working on that. All right, what does this say? Uh, run. Okay, so we'll give a little bit of that. Next, say note. Okay. Man, there's so much to do. Depending on what you're going for, you could lock the rotation, lock their location. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to avoid doing that, but it's probably the best thing to do is just to like when they hit an area, I'm trying to think like hmm. Yeah, we could do that. Because I feel like people really want to put stuff in the cart, and if it doesn't work, it's not very fun. So we have it on this. We have. So we'll just make a new area 3D collision shape. And the problem is it has to be like entirely within this thing, and I don't know exactly because when they stack up, they won't hit the bottom of the thing. I think Doom kind of helps me a bit on how to do better level design. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can always learn from other games. So basically, if it the y-axis one is going to be funny. So basically, it's that. And so if it enters any of these, capture area, access is a unique name. We'll say you could put a 3D an area 3D and anything that falls in there is going to try to stay in the car. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. It's not going to be easy though because we decide to put something in there when someone releases it, it doesn't have any control. Do we if someone puts something in the cart, do we automatically disconnect them from picking it up? Oh, capture areas in area 3D. Should be on body entered. Oh, it's complaining about the function not existing. Man, it's been a long day already. We can tell the body, see ya, have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Mm. The tricky part is that this is multiplayer, so we have to say the multiplayer get multiplayer authority equal body dot get unique multiplayer get unique ID. So this only happened. Can capture. Let's just say if is server. Yeah. Let's do it like that because I don't want to capture players because we use the same stuff for players. Hello, hello, hello from Twitch. Everyone's coming in this way and that way. You can come from wherever you like. We are working on our little minecart to capture the objects real quick. So what we want to do is body dot set peer ID equals 0. So we'll just test that first. We need to do smaller tests. On body entered. If body has and body peer ID. If body dot peer ID equal not equal 0, we tell them to drop it. Okay. and then connect. All right. Wrong way. That's why that autocomplete wasn't working. Yeah. What a day. I don't have links. I have YouTube though, so check that out. It's a big deal. I've got to make more YouTube content. I'm just not feeling it right now, so body entered is the right signal. Restart. It's so easy to just boot up. We got so much hotkeys and stuff. All right, so what happens when I pick up a fish and I drop it in there? He let go. Or did he not let go? I don't know. I'm still holding it. I think we've got to call RPC ID. So, oh, it's not peer ID, it's owner peer ID. Mm-hmm. We could just call it onto the body. Body. I don't know. Is it a it's a pickup body? It's not connected at all because the problem here is that the pickup body is on layer 5 and this capture area needs to scan layer 5. But it should be any layer. It should be layer 1 too. Do you suggest having a level manager scene that loads all the other scenes that get loaded and the players just kind of teleport to different locations? Yeah. Or full loading into different scenes. I figured the manager would be easier to maintain multiplayer. Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things to do actually, and you know why this project's like been tough, and I've spent a lot of time on this level loader. So the structure I have is essentially a game manager here, and I'll send you the one that the template that I used. It's not complete, but it has a host game, join game, and then it has this level loader thing. I've heavily modified this. God damn it, that was loud. The issue is that you have this spawn level. It resource loaded loads the pack scenes, clear level, creates a timeout, waits for it to load, adds a child, and then emits ready. And then I've hooked a bunch of shit to this that makes it probably worse, but I will give you this one. It's called Swan, and he is a guy who makes content for the Godot Discord. So I'll paste you that one, and you can test this one out. I've actually raised an issue. There might be some adjustments that need to happen to this one, but you can always try that out and see if it works for you in terms of loading different levels. But the level editor, you've seen me jump into different levels. What I do is I clear all the players. He just teleports them, but I wanted to, wow, everything's so loud. I wanted them to all be able to just be brand new instances. So I actually wipe the users. I think I'm gonna what I'll do is in the ragdoll state, I don't like how we do the little kick if we're yeah we're gonna say the impulse is the CR velocity. Let's try that. So if our velocity is nothing, we'll just stay that. We'll stay where we are. So did you notice when I got into a little pool of water, what happened was I tell the player to become a ragdoll, and that involves a little like forward kick. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. So if I jump into the water, I go straight up. That's nice. But if I'm holding it, so it's doing backwards, it's doing the opposite of what I want. So let's see what it looks like when I just stay right there. So if I'm See, I got knocked backwards. So we need to do this, but negative. So let's try that. There's a little pool of water over here. There, now I can swim. And then I float gently to the top if I'm in the water. So now when I... Problem is I just turned to a ragdoll when I didn't want to there. Swimming. There's some bugs. So if I'm walking around on the shoreline, I shouldn't turn into a ragdoll until... Why am I getting bumped back? I think this isn't right because it's the global skin basis. Let's just do this. Okay, I'm having fun. My lobby is a 3D lobby. Everyone gets assigned a cell and can customize it with items they find in the game. On the item rest replacement, that's allowed. Items saved is saved into a local file, gets into those every time. Yeah, definitely. So no matter who your jail cell, customizations are consistent. Exactly. Yeah. I do a little bit of that with this customizations menu here with the username. Um, now can I go this way? Yeah, I can just... Wherever the character body is going is where I should be continuing. If I'm playing around in the shallows, I shouldn't start the timer until there's a timer, basically a swim timer. It's like if you're underwater for this amount of time, I think it's in the state machine. Here's the swim timer. Let's give it a little more grace, huh? So I should be able to swim now. And then now when I go underwater, I float gently to the surface. My head is in the way. Fuck. Always do this. I should be right here. That's the best place. But then you can't see how many errors I have, which is none. Never have errors. Just kidding. I don't know how these things got pinned down to the bottom right. We're gonna make some character customizations where you can like bring your own cosmetics and um, load them from a sign in and stuff like that. But so much to do. The other thing we needed to do is apply some gravity to the ragdoll. Because I think it doesn't have any gravity currently. It's kind of just floaty. My biggest worry is people going to edit their save file. Peer to peer is going to face that. Yeah. So the way that you can get around that is you know can do a server authoritative style where you at least verify with a server the um what they've done for just saving and loading. You can just validate it. Or you can just provide moderation tools, which is another way to do it, right? We need to wind that back. Yeah. So now we have a problem where we're too buoyant. I think I need to cut the y velocity, right? That's what we'll do. Okay, so we'll go back to the 2. We'll do this. We do the 2, right? That makes sense. Cuz it'll soon become 1. And you see how much I can get a ton of velocity by being silly. So now we need to too much velocity. So much fun though. That's the depth at which they can. So if I put that value really high, like 3, they instantly become a ragdoll, which might just work good enough. That doesn't solve the issue if we jump from a high spot. Actually, that works great. So basically, these are values weighting, and so we'll go global dot water weighting and global dot water submerged, and we'll say that's 3 and 2. But we still need to possibly think about more tweaks. Local saves like collectibles that you can store in your cell. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So if it's not like ruining other people's experience, then you know it's less something you have to worry about. And yeah, if people are having fun with it and enjoying the game enough to edit it, then maybe that's a win. But yeah, you can have moderation tools as well. So if people are really like doing something kind of against the fun, then you should provide some lobby host tools to cut that. Otherwise, you have to really, yeah. Water submerged is 3. Okay. So now we have a situation where we have a lake. Whee! No. Yeah, still too crazy. I think we're still a little late on the submerge, so can we do like 2 and then 1.5 here? Oh, I don't know that we used them in the that we didn't save the oh we didn't we did we save the let's see here idle script the state machine, yeah, we used the right ones. Waiting submerged there. So if I do this at 0, does that mean he instantly becomes? Yeah, it's the timer. It's also the timer. So in this case, the 4 is fine, but we need to make this timer start quicker. Right? This is all fucking crazy. Um, admin, demo, map lake flat. I'm wondering if you can get really high and jump jump in. Can you like do, let's look at what happens. Yeah, you bounce a little bit, but that's to be expected. All right. There we go. That looks good. Lethal Company I know has the host download mods that can let them spawn enemies and loot and stuff, but the host has to have download. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so they've got a little bit of like server authority. Yeah, so I know that there's a lot of like cheating with mods in Lethal Company early on, but it makes sense that only the host would be able to do some authority items. Like I give, I mean, the host still has a lot of like authority over what can spawn and what can't, even in Godot if you do it right. So you can use a mix. There's always a mix possible. The thing that I do is I give all my clients full client authority, and it lets them kind of just have full control over their character bodies. But you know, oh man, we should be popping straight to the surface now, but I don't know why this doesn't work like I expect. Hmm. Because now when I'm on the shoreline, I would expect that I am instantly ragdolled as soon as I get below one. But maybe that's just the best. The host has authority on like everything. The player location is run through the host authority. Oh yeah, so that's a way. Yeah, that's a way to prevent some cheating is to just have more host authority. But um, I generally just trust the clients. I don't know. I don't really like how maybe this buoyancy force needs to be higher. I don't know. The deeper you go, the higher the buoyancy force needs to be, or dampening, because it doesn't feel right. It feels very bouncy. I don't think that's because the character has bounce on it, but maybe that's the case. I do need to put the gravity on this thing though, so let's do that. Uh-huh. I don't actually know what actually drives the ragdoll like movement. Where's the input for it? Here. That's not it. What are we gonna do? How are you applying drag when you're in the water? We have a little bit of a submerge. This is very simple. I got this from a forum. The apply upward force based on depth. And the water height is there. So we say the depth is the water height. The global transform of the item that you're using, that you are. This is maybe too strong. Let's try some, I don't know, because this will, if you turn this down, then everything kind of sinks under the water a little bit. Also, we got to get rid of these fucking trees. Yeah, see how everything's kind of under the water? It's just slightly. So if I bring that back up to 20, they float on the surface a little more. Raising the dampening might give you the desired result. That is true. Where is the damp? What I can do is I can add a little bit of linear damp at a greater depth. So can we do like a depth factor? So what would we say? Depth times depth factor divided by 10 or something? I don't know. Let's just print it. It's a lot. So we get times 0.4, so that's a fourth. We would want to, we want the something that's really deep to do more depth factor, right? To do more linear. So we can see that the rocks at the very bottom are, but then I would slow down if I was like really deep. I would like slow to a crawl, right? So I don't know if I'm thinking about this the right way. And then if you're, that messes up this right here because we never hit 2.0. I think I gotta get rid of this. Or we could say if the depth is below a certain amount, we could linear damp. I don't know. Man, I'm bad at physics. That's the bad part about making physics game. How are you gonna add swimming? Uh my plan for that was to basically use something called the bone modifier 3D because he's a ragdoll when he's swimming. Diving. Um I wasn't gonna allow them to swim like directionally down. Like they're just supposed to swim on the surface. You're just like a ball that swims like this. But I was gonna make him like paddle a little bit, you know. Uh, browser fix capture mouse. Wanted to do a bowling pin as well. What else do we want to do? We want to do a lot of stuff. Because I had a lot of fun with bowling when we were on the other map. We had this where we could create a bowling pin. So I'm rolling, 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 and you can see I can hit one of these. So we could make the bowling pin a little heavier than that, and you can't like get infinite velocity or anything, but that's kind of fun. Yeah. But yeah, I need to do, where on earth do you actually steer the ragdoll? It's in the plush skin. Because it's like impulses on this thing. I forget where. Is it on the player skin or ragdoll or plush? Yep. We've got to fix the ragdoll name as to ragdoll. Pick up. Because right now, when you pick somebody up, we have a little bug where it resets their name because where'd that fish go? Who's that ball? Whose ball is that? Is that the bobber? It's all messed up. This is physical bone deaf hips. It should say, when I'm looking at their rock, it's his rock, so I know I can't pick it up. But when he drops it, it turns back to just a rock. We've got a fish. You could almost play baseball with the fishes. You take a rock and then you throw the rock like this. It's also the question of having mouse movement, like be able to throw stuff. um, uh, why did it show? Oh, God. Man, everything is so bad. Let me fix this real quick. Okay, so what did it even do here? It says like a ton of changes, but okay. This is stupid. All right, let's see. Let's make a short list of things we need to do before we need gravity on Ragdoll. So maybe we can get the model to do that. Once we figure out where the fucking input is. I'm actually not really sure. This is something I should know. Uh, we're so close to everything being good, and it's just not. Input is action direction. Like I know we apply. This is all for that. Hip bone linear velocity magnitude. This is not the magnitude that we're looking for. We're looking for hip bone. I have no idea how this thing actually gets forced. Apply central impulse right there. Apply ragdoll. No. There's no way that this thing moves on its own. Right? Give it a little kick so it applies to ragdoll. What on the fuck? this thing this thing has no way of moving. I don't want to use the model. I don't want to use any tokens on figuring out how it moves because it's got to move somehow, right? Apply central impulse. This. No? Here. Please don't be the same thing. I think this is the apply ragdolls again. What the fuck? How does this thing move? Oh my god. So now we have to search for the input because we know we're holding forward when we move, right? So the input is move forward. CR, it's input dir. Input, is it that one? No, that was terrible. Oh my god, I hate all this stuff, man. I'm in the weeds already. I didn't want to be in the weeds today. Okay. I can figure this out. When I have a character body, there's something here that pushes it or moves it. There it is. I'm gonna lose it. It's got to be on the character script because move, move, move. Okay, it's on the floor. There's actually no way it moves. This plush. Here it is. Found it. Oh my god. It's on the plush skin. Physical. Okay, I just was looking at the buoyancy side. Oh god. Okay, that's fine though. We're in the right file. We're already in the file. It's right in front of us. Add some gravity to the hip bone. The or this file. There we go. Oh my god. All right, we need some water. I'll be right back. I forgot my water. Oh my. Oh, righty. Okay, buddy. I acquired big ass jar of water. All right, I'll see when I jump. It's actually really fun. I like that there's some gravity now because they make those with handles. They do, but not at like this size. This is like a how big that is. I've got my noise gate on, so no ASMR. Also, what is this? What's that collision shape doing there? I think that's the bobber for the fishing rod we were working on. Yeah, we're having fun now. Okay, so let's head over to the lake map. Do some swimming. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now we just need to go and adjust our global water. I need to basically cut. I wonder why when I'm leaving. Okay. So I'm in the water. I'm instantly touched. I'm turned into ragdoll. I shouldn't. Water weighting is 2. This is 3. Let's do that. Why am I becoming ragdoll instantly? It's so hard. They do not make them in that size. My bad, King. Yeah, no, don't worry. I mean, wee. Why is the gravity so weak? It's so weak. What the hell did we do? Where is it? Total gravity? What's the total gravity? Uh, it's so. What the hell? What is it? I feel like there's no gravity. Am I crazy? I just had gravity. I think something's fucking with it. Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, so we got a lot of gravity now. That's too much. What the fuck happened? That is crazy. Okay, so the gravity did not save. So we were testing without it. Part of this is that in our in our ragdoll script, we erroneously add some extra gravity on. What's that? I fell through the world. Apparently, my gravity was so intense that I fell through the world. I'm quickly learning that making a physics-based multiplayer game from scratch is like kind of an exercise in madness. Why am I getting dribbled? That does not seem like AI gave us like a bad piece of code here. The gravity is way too strong. Why is it applying like that? I don't. This is also part of the problem is using AI without understanding truly what's going on. Let's see what it says though. Huh? Okay. Accept. Yeah, I get it. Okay. We will adjust the gravity scale on it. So if I go into my plush, well, gravity had to have been applying, otherwise I would be flying all the time. So I was misinformed there in the first place. So the gravity scale, we were doing a lot of fixes here. Produce this body's gravity. For example, value of 1 will float. Is it? It's not due to the bounce or the floating. Oh my gosh, his mass is way too small. It's 20. I think it's. Let's see here, because I set all these things in the code too. Hmm. 20 bounce friction gravity scale is 1. I have it at 1, but it just feels he's so bouncy. I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's... See how slow he falls? Is that how a fish works, too? A fish is kind of floaty, too. Maybe my project gravity settings? What if I go in here and it's like gravity is... Let's just turn it up. I don't think this applies during live editing, so... You see how OpenAI released codecs for Windows? Yeah, I don't like Windows, but I'm just gonna revert that. I use Claude Code a little bit. I'm using it at work too. It's like I've got it running over here and over there and trying to multitask. Usually not to good results, to be honest. It's been actually very bad. I will say that Claude Code has been extremely disappointing lately. So, what else can you say? God's work? Whose work? No, it's a work of a soulless God, and there's no God if it works. Um, create new sample widgets for exposure. Okay. God's work is multitasking. Yeah, I think multitasking is kind of the worst of all worlds, and I do really love to stream, so like I'm always multitasking when I'm streaming, so that's better. I think we can turn the bounce down a little bit. I don't know why it needs to be let's say to do figure out why this needs to be 2x. This gravity needs to be 2x because that's so strange. And then we're gonna fix the mouse capture. What? It's the bounce is really bad. No, you need more bounce. Is it the physics material that we have on this thing? I don't think we have a physics material on it, right? Linear damp. So we have all the reset. We've done everything to reset this thing. I don't know that we can do it any better. Angular damp. We've adjusted so much stuff in this. It's like really hard to like keep track of what keeps you motivated. You don't sweat if you got to do work. It's nice to work. Yeah, it keeps me motivated too. Like I think I'm actually kind of in a low point on this project where I've been. You've caught me at a bad time because I keep fixing these weird little things and haven't made much actual gameplay. So it's disappointing because I'm trying to make like maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll just like refocus myself. I do have to fix this browser input capture bug. Okay, perfect. So this is pretty simple. We have like a basically a flag when the menu is open that you can see your cursor and use it, but in the browser, it's really not recapturing, mouse capture. Mouse mode. Okay, so there's a bunch of ways to capture the mouse mode. And this is So we have a capture focus utility function. How does this work? Should capture focus. Call deferred, update focused. This is pretty cool. I think we'll change this. Okay, that's all fine. Okay. So now we have one position where we're doing mouse mode capture versus visible. And when we go to the browser to test, it's kind of chaos. So we'll do that. But once we get this working, we'll be able to publish the game, maybe fix up those trees. And is it a mass default variable? You put that in there looking for it. Yeah, I did. Mouse mode is really tricky in the browser because let's say I want to escape, move my mouse out. So we've got to use a different key for the menu is part of what we're doing. Okay, so this works. And then when I close, it doesn't recapture my mouse. And so now I'm kind of in this position where, yeah. So first things first, escape is for like undoing the mouse capture. And since this game template was made without that in mind, we need to have a dedicated escape. So we have a UI cancel is this. So that's fine, but in terms of listening for the menu opening, we need to get rid of all this. Do that. And this. This. None of this. Clear. No errors allowed. It's still giving me an error on that. So I'm going to use, I think, tab. Because it says, look, localhost is taking control of your pointer. Press tab, so tab works. We go do like this, and we enter, and then we close the menu and we recapture because we didn't hit escape. So I've got to use test, and then tab needs to close this as well. And we'll be good to go. Haha. So they have a tab focus system that's good for accessibility, but we need to be able to tab, close, tab, close. That's good. Looks pretty good though in browser. And when we click on the actual canvas here, we need to be able to, if OS is web, recapture. So let's capture those notes. Tab opens and closes menu. The pause menu is what that's called. So if I can I get into a situation where I'm not, yeah, that's good. That works really well for this. So all we have to do is change that hotkey, UI cancel. I really love the UI cancel button. I don't want to move it to tab. Okay. This is interesting. So if we do this for true, does that just solve the issue? Ignore first cancel? So that could be for web. It could be built in for web. So we've got the escape, and we go like this, and we go test, close. Oh shit, that's pretty good. So it goes. Enter, close. Doesn't recapture, but that's fine. And then all we have to do is recapture. That's awesome. Okay, so one more test on here. So ignore the first cancel is true, but maybe ignore first cancel should only be true for the web. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter here. Hello. He's still getting these messages, right? Wait, where's my other player? Huh? Oh, he's connected to the browser. Is he really? He's not here. Oh my god. We've gotten ourselves into a real pickle here. I'm liking how the systems are coming together, though. What are this? The fucking bar is too fucking crazy. It needs to be... Okay, well, normally that doesn't happen because we normally don't have a mouse. But that's funny. This guy has been trapped in a evil instance because of the browser was still running. He was getting that debug information from the browser. That's cool that you can do cross-platform like that. Okay. Let's just do ignore first cancel. And then we'll find UI cancel. Okay. Okay. Now we should have tab working. Hmm. Hmm. Tab. I don't know what to think here. Oh, this is the main menu. So we need to find the pause menu. Da, da, da. Yeah, I don't think all these things work very well together. Would love to redo some of this. Can we do this? Can you do this? Uh, okay, let's just copy this line. Okay, come on. Tab, 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 tab. It's going way too fast. It's action pressed, not this. So now we have to figure out this is so bad. We've only got one instance of this opening anything? Huh? There it is. It's got released here. Wow, why are they doing that, everyone? They have chosen to use finally. Okay. Precision editing right there. Run in browser. Try it out again. And finally, we'll bring this back. Didn't work. Didn't work because I guess this doesn't. Let's reload it. It doesn't hot reload, everyone. We learned something. If it did, it would be pretty impressive if it could like patch the WASM live, right? Like, you know, maybe I can make a AI tool that does that. Mm. It's all working. Ha. So let's try the escape method. Yeah, that's where. So we got to get rid of that ignore first capture thing. Ignore first. Cancel. We got to do that as false. Don't edit that. All right. So stop the HTTP server. Close this guy. Do this. Run in browser. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is a TSX. Am I crazy or this thing not any good? Yeah, this entire stack is ridiculous. Okay. Save. Close. Pick. I kind of want to tell it to there we go. Click past. Huh? Huh. What if we did a variable? Falcon. What's the thing I'm looking for? Oh, God. Oh, of course. Let's just go again. Okay. Now we are going to test our browser again. Run in the web browser. Close that one. We're going to make a nice little starting screen to make it look pretty. We're getting closer to the demo, right? So we do need that. I wonder why we... Oh, no. Is it? Let's add a little bit of a trick here. Input. Do we have a timer, like a debounce timer? Just a random timer. Let's do a new timer. Character. Ragdoll timer, ragdoll cam timer. It's an auto start on 1. Ragdoll cam timer. We do not have a... We're not using ragdoll cam timer, are we? Ragdoll cam. Ragdoll So if I delete this, the game runs fine, right? We can make a new one. I did not touch that rock, but it has my name on it. Wait a second. Oh no. How did you get in here? Gosh, it's so funny that I keep leaving the window open. There's another one. It's good. It's all solid. It's really nice. Um, let's do timer. Auto start 0.5. Okay. So this is going to be called timer half second. Hello, hello, hello. Dia du jour. We are just hanging out, making some wrapping up our we're going to get this out onto the web. Timer half second. So this is going to be a timer, and its setup signals is going to do timer half second. Just there, it's just going to go auto start. That's going to be wait time dot auto start equal true, and it's just going to start. Sure. How do you keep it full time with job and streaming? It's not possible. Um, it's not possible. I'll tell you that. It's really fucking hard. Also, I'm not game deving for a profit. I think if I was trying to like make a real game and like publish it and do that, then it's definitely not possible, right? But since I don't have to, I don't, I'm just doing my job, and then around after dinner, I try to get on and stream. And for 3 weeks, I did not stream because I was burned out, and now I'm feeling excited about my game again, and it just goes through phases. And the trick is to try to get a good healthiness going, but it's hard to do everything. We do this, so we'll say check mouse mode. We'll connect, check mouse mode. So what this will do is if you're playing, if immobile equal false, and mouse mode input mouse mode not equal input mouse mode. I love how it fills these in. Mouse mode um, input mouse mode is a enum here, and I know if it's not captured, we're going to capture it. Okay, there we go. You guys can see that pretty clearly. The mouse mode capture. There we go. And I double equaled that because I like the physics of the cart. Yeah, the physics of the cart is really fun. I need to make an improvement where the cart needs to hold on to its contents a little bit better, because right now when you like put rocks and stuff in it and you drag it around, they currently will slip out. So they just slip and fall on the floor. But if you look at this player, if he goes over there and gets in there, I fixed it so that the player, for some reason, I'm not exactly sure. I think it has to do with how he is a character body and he has move and slide. He's going to slide and not collide. See how that works? It's kind of nice, huh? So when he's in there, he's pretty much in there. And like, let's see if we can speed up and get him to slip out. At some point, he might slip out. But it's pretty good that you can carry your friends around. If he like walks around, you can. So it's kind of like a moving platform, because move and slide is different than move and collide, or because rigid bodies. So watch this. So there's another mode here. When we are a ball, we can roll around, we can hit stuff, and we can roll around in the cart. You see how we roll around in the cart? And we are a ball shape right now that is a rigid body, and we can run into this rock, and we can knock the rock. You see that? I gotta turn the bounce back up. The bounce is way too low now. The bounce is 0. What about 8? That's on ready, so we'll need to restart. The physics is so funny and fun. Yeah, hoping, like, I've worked really hard on that, so I hope they're fun eventually. And what's cool is that, check back and, like, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, I'll have this up on Twitch, on itch.io, and everyone can play with me. And we can test stuff out, right? Uh-oh, I broke some stuff. It's fine. I think it's because of the gravity. It's full. Yeah, everyone. The goal is to have everyone play with me and test it out and give me feedback. But these guys can run into each other, right? And so they're bouncing around when they're in the ball form. But here's the issue: when I am not in the ball form, get this fishing rod out of here. When I'm not in the ball form, it's using the player move and slide. But all of our physics objects, they do something, they collide. So you'd have to use move and collide. And so when he's in the ball form, he's going to slip right out of there. And the reason is that he's going to, if I move really slowly, he stays in because he's rolling with it. But as soon as I speed up, he slides right out the back. Yeah, I mean, it happens with all objects that are doing collisions. And there's a bunch of theories for why. Because basically the cart that you're looking at it's just not the right type of physics shape, because it's a convex shape. It's a complex shape with an indentation, and that's not good for physics, because you can almost see it when you zoom in. It's actually jittering in world space. It's actually like jittering really fast. And to disguise that, I actually lerp the mesh. So that means I use the mesh, kind of just catches up to where the physics body is, but it's not like one for one. Where the fuck is the pool? There's the pool. It's under this rock. So you can see the physics, the physics shape kind of just catches up to where, I mean, the visual mesh is not in an exact match, because otherwise you'll see the whole thing like vibrate. And so there's some oddities there with how this thing is tracked. And one of my theories is that, and we can test this, the minecart root has a unique CSG combiner shape. So if I get rid of this scene and we just look at the physics, it's actually a car. You can see the car that has a special like box that I built out of this on top. And now this is bad. So this thing is actually very naughty. And the reason why it's naughty is because it's just not the right shape for this thing. Okay, so hey, you're getting all the secrets because you get to watch how this is built. So one thing we can try. Didn't expect the car, yeah. I mean, it drives like a car, right? Like, and the thing is, like, the car like drives after it kind of just it applies some acceleration. Um, if someone has the little rope that you pull on. And what's crazy is that it works really great because there's no steering on the car. It just goes forward. But I use something called a pin joint, and this pin joint is actually pinned to the front of the car, and the pin is the vehicle right here. You see this note on the top right? And so that's actually what's steering it, is because the pin joint is actually like pulling it in the right direction towards the thing. So this minecart is actually a rope, and then this rope, this pin joint, and this vehicle, and they all kind of just track where you're supposed to be. And so it's kind of a super hybrid I cooked up. It's very very silly, but it works. And this part with this mine cart, the cart on top, is actually the hardest thing I've done because it doesn't work. And what we need to do is replace this with a collision shape that is not shitty. So this one is like just disabled now. So let's hide this one, and we will make a collision shape. So you can't use a convex, like the concave. That's the problem. You could use a convex, but the best thing to do is try a box here. So let's just try a box. And what we're gonna do is put that box on top and see if this makes it easier to stand on. And we'll do 0.5. All right. And then we will do something really simple where we just grab it. Um, 0 point. Let's do, what is it? Should we do 1? Let's do 1. Let's do 2. So we're just building it out a little bit differently. One thing we have to do is we have to make unique. So we can click that. Now I can do 1, 1, and pull it up. It's like a wall of some sort. So now I'm pulling it to the right. And then I'm going to duplicate it, pull it to the left. And then I'm going to duplicate it one more time. Spin it this way. Throw it to the back. Throw it to the front. Oh. Make unique. Throw it to the back. Throw it here. And so this has worked in the past a little bit better. So, but I wanted to, I've been trying all these different types of collision shapes and stuff, and it's hard to tell what's the best approach. So this is what, 2.5 wide or something? I don't fucking know. But it's kind of hard to know if the overlapping is going to be good. I wonder what the physics is. Yeah, concave shapes are just, I think, like traditional collisions just rely on things bouncing off, and a concave shape is, by definition, something with a hard to calculate surface area, and you can do it. But what happens if you use a rigid body with a static bodies enjoy them a little bit more, which is why I have a static body on this, but this could be a rigid body as well. And rigid bodies are different than it used to be a rigid body. Okay, so there we go. We see stuff is in there. And we can see all this stuff. How get this fish out of the way. See if it slops. Yeah, it slops right through. So there's no change here. And so our theory about it being a little bit different with that is that just with this back wall thing, and maybe there's no telling why it just tunnels through so quickly. I don't know. And I would ask AI, but I don't know. AI probably doesn't even know. What if we made the back shape like omega thick? Like, what if it was like super thick back here? There. Now it can't go through the back. So let's turn him into a ball. Pick up the thing. Give me that thing. Nope, he goes right through. So here's the other theory. Rigid body. Let's turn those collisions on. So what the collisions on do is that now they're going to monitor the collisions differently. Let's see if it works. This is kind of fun to experiment with, right? Oh, you saw them start to collide, and then finally we changed this whole type to a rigid body 3D. Okay. And then we delete this collision shape. I can undo all this. I don't care what happens to it. And we do the solver, and we say a continuous CD solver. So let's say it's going to contact monitor to prevent a colliding. And so, I don't know, we'll just do contact monitor, emit signals by default. And we'll do 5. I don't even know what these do that well. So, fuck. What happened? I didn't do anything. Okay. All right, so it's fucked up the car, and it's sliding off. I forgot to... pin it to the car. So we need another like pin joint, right? Between the car itself and its friend, the cart. So if we do that, and then we select a pin joint. I don't know how a pin joint with its parent will work. It's a mess. Is math a default variable, or did you put that in there? Yeah, it's a default variable. I missed that question earlier. My bad. Holy God. We've got a lot of problems with the pin joints. Maybe we don't use that. We could use a remote transform. So let's try that. Or we could freeze it. Can you just access lock? Oh yeah, we can access lock. I don't know what I'm doing now. Oh, I think we can solve this, but we probably won't solve it today. Oh, I slipped right through it. Wow. How come that? How come I can just go right through the walls? I think we could solve that problem first. Yeah, it really doesn't like that at all. God, what a mess. Yeah, we're just gonna actually undo all this because we had at least players riding in the cart when they weren't. What else do we want? Duplicate nodes, translate set size, set shape, reparent, toggle visible. There we go. Now we're back to where we were. Perfect. Wonderful. I think there's a solution there, but I don't know what it is. So let's get in the cart. Give it a little bit of a test drive just in case. Whee! So the other thing that we can do is we can just apply forces or freeze shapes that enter there. And we were going to do that because I think people really want to carry stuff in there. So one thing we could do is we have an area, a capture area. And the capture area, when it enters, if it is a pickup body, we can print, hello. So that means I'm going to put a fish in there. We got also fix picking up players. Fix picking up players. What the fuck? I don't know what happened there. But when we have our Godot. What? Okay, let's put this fish in there. Didn't like that. It's not getting any contacts from on pickup entered. How about this? It's not getting any bodies. Oh, it said hello. I'm a body. I guess these don't count as bodies. So I have body entered, capture area. The capture area, you know, it's listening on all the it should be, let's listen on what, 4? Is it 5 or 5 or 4? Interactable is 5. Okay. So I don't think that makes a difference though than just listening on the interactable there. Got a lot of hellos. What stuff fall into it? What do you guys think? We should also log the name of the body. Print S body, and then we'll also print S body is pickup body is. It's true. Perfect. So now it's monitoring the contacts. And he dropped it. Yeah, so that was the problem. Okay, so now the fish are dropping. And the question is, should you be able to get them out? Because we could freeze them there. And just show them in the cart. And that's just good enough. Or we could tell them to, like, wow, it works if it's going slow enough. But as soon as it gets any sort of speed, that poor thing is vibrating like a fucking mess. Yeah, so it works at super slow speeds. I don't know how to describe that problem. Add the velocity of the cart to the objects inside. Yeah, we could do that. We could add the velocity of the cart. Oh, yeah. So, like, basically, oh, interesting. Unbodied entered. So, yeah, what about that? What about that? That's a great idea. This is why we stream, so that we have people do. So we say in the physics process for for pickup in tracked pickups, we pick up dot add, we do the velocity here. So we already have a physics process, so we'll move this up here. I'll get rid of this. And we used to have this old cart mesh loading we could use, but this is interesting. So for pickup, in track pickup, we could call a function. We could say track pickups, add velocity to pickups. And that way we can just delta. Um, That was the silliest function names. Is that what I called it? Mm. So now we just add the pickups to the track pickups. An array. Array. Pickup body. So on entered, we do that, and we say this dot track pickup append. We need it to be a map, maybe? I don't know. No, we can just clear it. We can find the individual item. And we need to also remove it, but we'll just do it like this. So how do we do this? So we say pickup dot, we could integrate forces, we could call a function, we could set a flag, we could do a lot of stuff. How do we just like pickup dot? So the difference here is that we have something called velocity on this. We have velocity. We have our linear velocity. Could we just get our linear velocity? How do we add pickup dot linear? So they have linear velocity. I know they do. And so we say pickup body. We could actually type that as a, doesn't have the, we know it has linear velocity. So we could just set it. And that would just override whatever else is going on. I don't know that that is the right play, but we might have Chat GPT like do it, too. So, let's put a rock in there. Okay, he's going. Ignore. He's coming along with us. Hell yeah. What do you think? You can see the car. We actually turned on the wrong mesh. And then can I get it out? So I can't get it out yet, but that's so cool. I think it just worked. We just set it, we just one thing we can do is we can improve this by pickup dot linear velocity. We can say the pickup dot linear velocity equal a lerp. We can lerp from one place to another. We say our current linear velocity dot lerp is our current one, and we'll just weight it like that so they slide around a little bit. I don't know if we need delta, but we will type it. And now we shall do our on pickup entered false. Capture area body entered, and then we say on pickup exited. Body exited. We'll go down here. Func. Yeah, but that's more fun if we want it to pop out occasionally. The one thing we're just trying to solve for is it like slipping through the back wall. So we still want them to bounce around and be silly in there. So this is going to be something that achieves that. So this will allow it not to be locked to the velocity. It'll take its own velocity and say, I'm at this velocity, but I need to move towards this at a weight of half. So that's what lerp is doing here. And then we simply take the tracked pickups on pickup body exit. If tracked pickups dot, we can do, let's just do a for loop. For pickup in, if pickup dot name equal body dot name, and we will remove it. How do you, this is an array, so we just remove at our position. This could be an issue if we're doing this a lot. So you almost want a map of them. Is a map or array? Can you just like pop it? I guess we just pop it. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know if this wants to be an array. Let's see. Because we need to be able to erase. Let's do erase. Let's see what this does. Shifts the element index, which have a noticeable performance cost, especially on larger array. Layering array is not supported and will result in unpredictable. So don't do it the way I'm doing this. Let's do this. Let's just try erase. And then this will no longer happen once it's erased. I don't know. Let's put this in there. Fuck, I missed. Let's put a fish in there. He's in there. All right, let's go. He's not coming along. I think he just got erased immediately. Yeah. Typed array can, yeah, you shouldn't be able to do this. Okay. Let's make this a map. I think this should be more like a dictionary. And it should be a string of their name plus their item or their lookup, okay? Then we can say, we could use a rid even. We could use the rid, the physics rid, but we don't need to do that. Body dot if track pickups has the key for body and track pickups dot. We can just get the values because the values will be track pickups Body dot name equals the body. And they all have a unique name. So we don't have to worry about that. Erase body.name. Okay. What is with this unexpected? I think maybe that, what's going on here? I'm going to restart my project because I have a silliness going on there with that message. I'm doing something improper, probably. What time is it? Julie time. Okay. Let's get this guy in here. Get this rock in here. I don't care. Give me the rock. Perfect. So I've settled in. It's coming along with me. Oh my gosh, it's so good. It's bouncing around. Now, let's see if I can pick it out of there. Yep. Let's put it back in. It's got angular velocity on it too. I think we put linear velocity. I don't know why it's doing angular as well, but it's working great. So I've got control of it. Let's stack a couple in there. Let's get a fish in there. I don't know if the fish will work too, but let's get a bunch of shit in there. And this is a great idea. You did well to recommend it. So let's check it out. Hello, let's go, guys. Let's go. So we've got to figure out. Yeah, we've got to tell the rocks to calm down in there, but the fish are slipping right out. We lost a rock there as well, I think. So maybe we just don't want to lerp, or what? What do you guys think? Because we lost. Let's just get this rock out of here. Put the fish in. I think the fish have a problem. So it's in there for sure. That they're smaller, so they're leaving the area a little easier. I think there could be some. Yeah, the fish are just not happening. They're all the same, though. They're all the same. Are they all the same? Rock. Let's check our fish. Poor fish is probably just. Maybe because it has a round shape. Because it's like a capsule. See that? So I'm gonna and there's also, it's possible that the buoyancy and all this other forces that happen on it, set next carry velocity, that sort of stuff, that could be interfering. But we will first try just giving it this linear velocity because it worked on the rocks. So let's give a fish in there. Give me a fish. Okay, so I have a bug where I'm picking up stuff incorrectly. Okay, it's in there. Stay where you are. No, it just goes right out. That's odd. Oh, I think I know why. So here's the deal. In our minecart, fish was not. Oh, it is a pickup body, so it should be in there. Is it the name? Fish 13 is true. It says is true. So it is a pickup body. It is tracked. But why would the fish just not work? Let's just do one fish. Fish 14. Get in there. He's in there. He's totally in there. Rolling, he's rolling, he's rolling. Yeah. Fish is staying in there. We almost need like an inventory system. Where's this fish is still in there? Yeah, the linear, just setting the linear velocity is a lot better. We've got a lot of problems here though, targeting. Especially because this pool keeps getting trapped under here. So that sucks. I think one thing I needed to do was the vehicle itself needs to be on a completely different set of layers. Yeah, it's sitting. The pool is just getting stuck under there so easily. Yeah, it's stuck again. Oh, the pool is it's a pickup body, so it's getting trapped in the fucking thing. It needs an exception for this. No. It needs an exception because it's trapped there forever. I'm not enjoying that at all. There we go. Okay, so let me have this thing. It's almost like this thing doesn't want to. Now it's got a problem. Okay, I'll be right back. That way, only pickups that can go in there are ones that aren't controlled. Yeah, I think maybe we need to change the Y. I lost one. Lost another one. Maybe because the rock was in there. Ooh, shove the fish to the bottom. I think maybe in aim mode we should use a raycast for the interact. I think that makes the most sense. As you can see that this box is just not cutting it. We got a number of bugs to figure out right now. It's linear velocity, but the way that it's being applied is like, I think we just freeze them. And just collision, nothing, freeze, solid, just freeze it. I don't know what I'm doing, as usual. I don't know if that works. Can you even lerp? You can lerp that, right? Seems right. It seems like it's just where it is. Just riding along, baby. They're riding along with me. try that again. It's interesting we have to keep restarting for this task. Yeah, they go straight to the bottom of the world, huh? And they're gone. Wonder why the capture area is not tracked. So if I do this, try up on the Y vector real quick. Hmm. spelling mistakes are killing me right now. Please work. How did I get this wrong again? How am I? Oh man, I'm getting tired again. We didn't get anything done except discover more bugs. That's it. Okay. So the owner peer ID is this. Owner peer ID. The new peer ID comes in. And the new peer ID is 0 if owner player. That's how it works. But why? Well, this is their drop distance. So dropped distance hit. Owner peer ID. Owner. It's not registering the drop distance hit. The peer is never hearing that. a desync. Everything's getting collected in the cart. It's like hoovering it up. It's crazy. Very tired. What the fuck happened here? What's wrong with my character? I'm tired. I'm gonna call it here and go to bed. Sorry guys, short stream. I didn't do much. Damn, dropped a lot of frames. Wonder what that's about. It seems like my performance is better with We've achieved the desync again. Two players seem to have control over this. What did I change? Oh, man. What, I've broken it again? Or I'm disconnected. I'm disconnected. I wonder what it is about the tracker losing connection there. It's unstable as fuck. Whoa, hello. How are you doing? We're making a game. I'm also doing a little work on the side here. I'm kind of confused. Oh, there's no readme in here. Okay. Wish it wasn't so stupid. Okay. I want to make a template file using templates. How do you use a template? Okay. Mm. Oh my god. I think I need to do all of this work. How you? How you? I'm good. How you? I think something's wrong with my... Oh, well, the game crashed. I wonder what that means. I think it makes a lot more sense. How you can carry a fish. We're running into the fish all the time, though. So, if it's so close... See how we run into it? We run into the rock. We're bumping into it every fucking second. Um... That's interesting. That's an interesting behavior right there. That's interesting. Because it used to be that the rock would move. Oh, there it is. I wonder why it's able to... Do you know Sonic the Hedgehog? Of course. He's a good boy. It's a classic. Uh, okay. Thinking face. Wonder what we did wrong here. I don't understand any of this stuff. I don't get any of this stuff. Oh, this sucks. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. From your point of view, is it possible a game like Sonic the Hedgehog? I have a Sonic the Hedgehog type game right here. Look at this. I'm rolling. Wee. Boo. No, come back here. I don't understand this rope thing. It goes right in there. So one thing we need to do is say in the interact area, the minecart vehicle, we say, uh, oh, we have do we have the hitch on this minecart? We have, let's say pull. Yeah. The custom pull. So if it's this, return. Try that. I'm gonna do this. Oh no, that's the hitch. Pull. Where is it? Hmm. Okay, what the fuck? It's in risks. There it is. 0 bytes, huh? Oh, okay. Is it? Ignores. Okay. I think I might have found it. A secret. Uh, hmm. This is tough. Hmm. What are you working on there? I'm working on a cart. What are you working on? I'm working on a Godot game with a cart. I was just about to fix up how this cart works a little bit. And it's collecting the fish in the cart. you can put a fish in the cart. And they all just kind of sitting there for now. But I was kind of annoyed that this pull, whenever you drop it, kind of does some weird shit. Like it bounces back and forth and then it settles there, but sometimes it'll when you go this way and it'll settle back here, which I don't want. I don't want it to be on the back side, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's just good enough. So I'm getting the collisions there. Problem is that these collisions are terrible for players. So I think we do need to have a different ragdoll collision. I think, yeah. So the best case to do here would be to look at the remote. Search for a rock. Look at the rocks. It's the interaction system made from... Yeah, so the elasticity is too much, isn't it? Yeah, I've made this interaction system from scratch, and it's a little buggy, unfortunately, because it's my own. But it's a networked multiplayer interaction system. That's what's impressive about it. So one thing I didn't show you is that we have the ability to change our name to like Fidget. That's what you look like, and maybe you're purple. And so if I am purple and my name is Fidget and I'm holding a rock, you can see over here, that's Fidget, and this is this rock. And so now I'm just working on my collision shapes because I collide like this. That's a good collision. But this is a bad collision because basically this collision is a stop collision. This is like I am detecting collisions with that object. So what I'm going to do is I see that it exists on 2. I'm going to try turning that off and see what that does. So now I should be able to walk through it. Now. Oh, it's this rock. That's the one I changed, isn't it? Okay, so what if we exist on this one and we turn these off? Well, he's gone through the world now. Yeah, he left the world. So we will adjust this. Here's the deal. We should always be on world. And then let's do that. Yay, something cool. I have something similar for font color. I use a color picker. Yeah, I didn't want people to choose like brown and garbage that couldn't be seen, so I just loaded it up with some defaults. It's a choice. You can use a color picker. I don't like the color picker. And plus, the color picker complains if like oh, I want to access accessibility or whatever. I don't want to. I just don't want that. Okay, so now I can't move this rock still. But the fish are just rolling. They're just going. I wonder if that's due to weight. I don't collide with this thing at all, but these fish are just intent. That's good. That's what we want from the fish. Why is the rock different? Because if I run fast and I throw a rock, what I'm worried about is like, it's not stopping me now. Oh yeah, it is. Is it stopping me? It's really not stopping, getting in my way, is it? That seems good. I think we fixed it. It's odd that these are now slapping the players. They shouldn't be able to. Okay. Cool. Very cool. Do you know how to make ragdolls work well across the network? Same as the physics objects. There's a lot of tricks you have to do. So basically, when you start a bone simulation, you know, we've got this ragdoll going, right? So the trick is that you need to provide enough information that the syncing is good, but you don't want to provide too much information so that the two are fighting. The strategy is going to have to be, you want a case where your physics bones are synced enough on both machines, but they're not fighting over who's determining who has what bone where. So in my player, I use one bone and all. I sync that bone and then I drive the rest of the bones that way. Um, so in this case, this player has a set of bones that is pretty simple. It's like this many bones. But the main bone that I use is actually his hip bone, which is like the center bone here. And I just make sure everything is synced for that hip bone. So in my player character scene, one level up, I have a regular multiplayer synchronizer, and I say rotation, position, angular velocity, and linear velocity. And that's enough to get one bone good. But the rest of the bones don't really like to follow that well. So I essentially turn off the collision there, and I let them get simulated kind of silly on across the network. So each peer can have itself kind of just its own idea of where the bones are. It's kind of it's very tricky to get it to work, and it's still not perfect. The other thing that I do is that I use a state machine, and every time the authority makes a state happen, I use state travel to the machine, and then I broadcast the animation and the state to all other peers with call remote. So only the authority gets to say, I am this thing. And that's the same as ragdolling. So when I rag, I say, I do all the things that say ragdoll, set ragdoll. I set. So I turn off the collision here, turn off the collision there, disable the hip bone, and basically the value of ragdoll is true or false. And then if it's false, you know, I just do the opposite of the value for the character position, and then the hip bone. This hip bone is becoming the one that's driving. And then you have to do this. You have to say, your physical bone simulator is active, and then you have to call start simulation. So you know that. But the trick is that what this sync set ragdoll does is call an RPC to the remotes that just set that value as the new value, and then all this happens again on the remote clients and says, everybody pay attention, this is starting or stopping the simulation. So that's the trick. It's all RPCs, it's all silly. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that's exactly right. And the problem is that you know, if you're doing stuff that's like where your gameplay depends on like a bone simulator, you're gonna have to work a little bit harder. And my gameplay doesn't really depend on accuracy on bones that are just arms and legs and stuff. So I do some stuff where, you know, if you pick something up, I tell the bones to like look at that like bone modifier. So you pick up is good. But you know, I wonder. So if I turn these rocks weight down, do you think they're gonna fall or they're gonna run around? So if I turn the rock to like 0.5, you think I can bump them into them? No, it's so strange. I wonder what I did here. So now they're all gone. Is it really? They shouldn't exist on Layer World 1. I don't know. I have so much trouble with physics and collision. I don't know why I'm making a physics-based game. I can't move. I can't move the rock, but I can move this. I guess maybe the rock is like, yeah, I know that. But they didn't fall now. I just don't understand why, like, I can push this without colliding, but then when I become a rigid body, a bone, I can push anything, and the weight is tremendously. I think it's because I'm calling move and slide and not move and collide, and like, I don't know. Uh, Figure out the proper collision layer. What was I gonna fix? Oh yeah, there. Oh man, every day is so hard. Why am I? God, sucks, man. I haven't made enough progress on this stupid game. Seems like collision timing issue, kind of like the Ray for then NPC rocket hits themselves. Yeah, that's a funny one. I think, yeah, I've had that issue before in a different type of situation. Well, that's not the right location, is it? There's so many little things that can go wrong with physics. It's like such a mess. It's funnier when the rocket spawns location outside the hitbox. I don't know exactly what that means. Oh. Okay, so my cable just like it really gets really, really springy, and I'm not exactly sure what to think about that. So I turned some friction. I had some friction. I had friction down. What does absorbent mean anyway? It just seems to go to a kind of a random place. Just kind of want it in the front. You think you'll do a stream but played by subscribers? I mean, yeah, I'll play. Usually, if they're on itch or whatever, I'll play sometimes. I don't like do it often. I'm trying to get this game so that people who are chatters will play, and then you know, I think it's fine as long. I think it's not bad here. What I can do is basically put a put it on like collision mask 8 here, and then on the minecart vehicle, just do like a little like a box here, a collision shape 8, and this will just be a box that's in the center, and I'll just block the collision shape. It'll just be on. Oh, well, it can't be on layer 8, can it? Because if it's on, well, I could turn it on layer 8, couldn't I? I could just go. Oh, it is on 8. I wonder why it's on 8. Um, yeah, that could just be good enough, right? I think maybe I had the issue of it like rolling over itself. I'm not sure why this might be different or better. Okay, that's not what we wanted, is it? We gotta figure out how to flip this thing too. Come on. Did I didn't. So basically it had so much force, it kind of shot that thing crazy like, right? Oh, you know what I could put? I could put it because the this has a different collision mass there, so I could do it here? No. We just have to use something like random, like 7? Or I could just do a new rigid body. That'll be better. Oh man, I've got a lot of things to think. Static body, then we go like this, and then we go collision shape. And we put it on like layer. Let's do layer 4. I'm not supposed to use that one, but you know, desperate times. We're having a fun time. So we want that to just block it from entering that space if possible. And 1.5, I'll just make it a little smaller, just like right there. So it always stays just outside of the area where it needs to be. Okay, so then we put that on 4, and we move it off of that. And then we go over here and take the pull, and we take it off of 8 because that was not the right one. Oh, it needs a mask, not do that. So there we go. We do 8 and 4. We might not even need 8 now. Followed your friend's tutorial trying to apply it to a game where the map is procedurally generated in the host. Yeah, that's an interesting challenge, isn't it? You basically need to modify my thing heavily to send RPCs before the players join and are prepared to, you know. So that's much better. Let's try it from behind. Yeah, and it kind of circles around front. That's perfect. Yeah, I really like that. It doesn't like visually make a lot of sense for it to bounce like that, but physically no one really knows what's going on, so without the collision shapes visible. Okay, perfect. Okay, the last thing to solve is picking up other players. So your strategy there, and this game has a slightly different setup because I'll show you a super cool secret for this game that's better than my tutorial series. Um, all these like fish and all this stuff like rocks and whatever. I'm trying to make this game so I can teach people how to make the interaction and pick up. Yeah, it's fun. Like watch, you can get in the cart, and then this guy can roll over there, pick it up. And you can ride in the cart. So he's jittering a little bit. So I think I wonder Cart. Yeah, the secret thing I was gonna show you. So he's riding good. Uh-oh, I don't like that jitter. I don't know that there's much way to avoid it, but let's look at his screen. Is it smooth? It was smooth before. I wonder what I did wrong. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about the secret. The super secret thing is if I am the host. That guy's not the host. This guy's the host. He can drop this and he can open up an admin menu. Having seats along the outside would reduce your, but yeah, I know the seats thing I thought about a lot, but I've spent so much time on the physics side. I don't know. You're right. But I can load a map. Whee! And we can go swimming. And all of our stuff came with us. Oh, what happened there? Why is our fish, our body getting stuck on? Oh no. Got a small fix to make. So now fish, yes, there we go. Where's our body? It's with us. Glad I have collision chips on. We're with the environment. It doesn't look good yet because we're testing the multi-mesh instance. I just made all the environment and assets and stuff, and I haven't fixed the fish. I haven't fixed the trees yet, so we'll fix it. Yeah, yeah. It can be all adapted to first person because my tutorials are in first person. So I've got over the shoulder. It's just interaction box, so it'll be an interact area like you see. I just changed it to a circle. It's been working really well. And then we've got buoyancy, and the rocks are not buoyant. And then I'm gonna make the fish swim around, so that'll be fun. I'm colliding with the fish, maybe. I can't tell. Yeah, I still collide with it. Other trees. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't worked on the environment in a while, but if I, turn the collision shapes off and, the multi-mesh instance. So the way the multi-mesh instance works is it can reduce the number of draw calls that are on your CPU, but in this case, we have a multi-mesh instance here that we were testing. Okay, so we can delete that. Now we can have this go to boom. Now, so we have trees, rocks. Okay, so we're using something called proton scatter, and that allows us to take these rocks, and you see how they are out in the distance there, in the water and stuff like that. Well, they're all different positions because you can change the randomness right here. So this is random, and there's a thing called project on colliders. So if I open that and then I say remove on miss, they should all, if they're not hitting the ground, they shouldn't be there. But I think what we want to do is we want to bring them back. and just make their raycast really long, like 20. Now they sink to the bottom, right? So there we go. So now we can turn the vision. Would a vertex displacement shader on the water also affect buoyancy? So the buoyancy is based on a global water height. So you could have a vertex displacement shader, but you would need to just get that back to the CPU somehow. And in my case, I'm keeping it simple because this is going to run on web, and we don't want to like break the bank on compute. And like, I don't know that a vertex height shader and stuff like that will work. It will work on platforms, maybe not my platforms. Let's see if we can get this out of here. Give me that pole. Okay, come on, come on. Oh, come on. Damn it. We got to figure out how to flip this thing. I think you can run it up a hill and then like jump off the hill and it'll sometimes like slide correctly. But right now it's not. It's misbehaving. Yep. Come on. Come on. Yep. Come on. Ah. Maybe there's some things I can do to adjust it. I don't really want to change the. I'd rather just flip it, you know, if it's upside down, rather than like change the distribution of the mass and stuff like that. Just like, what if we tried to what if we just had a raycast that just said, hey, am I upside down? Add a collision layer on top of the cart. If it collides, make it flip. Yeah. One new question. If my front end is Godot and back end is Golang, how do I handle physics and collision? You would roll your own physics server. Yeah. So you would need to do it all custom. Or you could trust the client to do it. Just give a bunch of client authority. Normally, what you would do is you just wouldn't think about physics on the server. You would only like synchronize things that that information that is conveyed to you from Godot. So player A is in Godot. They said, "Hey Golang, I'm at position ABC." Server says, "Okay, nice job. You're at ABC or XYZ, I guess, because we're in vector space, right? So I am here. I want to walk forward. Can I walk forward, server?" Server says, maybe. I will tell everybody that you walked forward. That's it. So Golang can be a networking layer as a server, but it seems like it'd be a pretty decent challenge. What happened to this fish? What do you think? That's funny. Okay, so we have a problem here. This is the ragdoll timer. We need to clean this up. To do cleanup helpers and Checks. What's it going? How's it going, man? Yeah, gonna go work on your game now. Have fun. Yeah, enjoy. We are just doing a bunch of physics cleanup because that's what we do every day. I feel like a fucking janitor with all these things, but yeah, we're pretty happy with what we got. There's some problems like not being able to walk through rocks, see how they just stand there and get in your way, but the fish, they were going a little bit smoother. I wonder what I did wrong. But then when you become a rigid body, you can knock the fish all you want. You can knock a fish or knock a rock. Oh, I had a lot of force there. That's funny. I don't know why this guy's so much stronger. Is this guy stronger? No, he's not. But he's not colliding in the same way. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay. Because he has the same. That is a mystery. Another mystery. But we were also working a little bit on our map. It's looking a little nicer. I think we want some vegetation in the ground in the water here. Let's see if we can load up another grass. And this grass. It's a nice grass. Is that grass gonna load? I don't know why this grass refuses to load. Because it used to load. There it is. Grass 2 loads. Let's do grass 2. Hello, grass 2. So, map lake flat. Let's do scatter. Grass 2. Can we see it? There they are. Those look like great water grasses, don't they? Happy little grass. We're going to create inside. We're going to create like 250. No, 300. Do they fit in there? That doesn't look like 300, does it? I think they have relaxed position on, so they're not going to all create. But then we're going to change it to a box shape. And we're going to go 50, 50. Looks like we need to go a lot bigger than that. 100, 100, even bigger. 250, no, it's not 250, it's 175 by 170 by 120. And we'll come that down to 150, 120. Yeah. We'll take the whole thing, move it here. I'm gonna try to get this only on the water. There goes. They're only in the water now, below a certain height. It's pretty cool. And we say project on colliders, and we increase that ray length by 10. Now we can go even. And we just make the scale giant. That's too giant. 5. Yeah, that's too many of them now, right? I wish there was like a nice clumping option. I don't think there's like a clumping. There is like a clumping section, but the clumping mechanism eludes me. Let's see, 100. There we go. That's kind of cute. It would be great if like we could only put them on like the shoreline and then, but yeah, they're starting to look good. And there's other thing we can do is like add little textures for like green spots, you know, on flatter areas. That'd be nice. Hey, just join the stream. How are you making rigid body like rocks and the fish react to the player's character body? Shouldn't apply forces. It doesn't. Like I'm trying to get over that. Actually, it doesn't work. So look, boom. I'm just hitting them, and like they don't move, right? So that's what we should be doing. And I'm gonna turn on a collision real quick because this is all easier to demonstrate with collision. Yeah, Ocarina Fishing. I'm trying to go for that. Yeah, Squeaky. That's exactly what I want. It's like a classic retro game like that. And so, see, it does work like randomly. Like I think the that's on the fish to detect a collision, not on the player body to detect it. So I don't really get it because we're using move and slide. And I actually asked this in the Discord. Like, let's see if anyone responded. No. Um, I was curious if there's a good way to knock things when I'm using a character body. I have a character that is normally a character body, but I can become a ball and knock things around. So I don't get exactly why does it move some of the time, you know, because it's a capsule or something, but I can become a ball and move them all I want if I want. If I'm an actual rigid body, but a character body is needs like I my best guess, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. You know, hopefully you know is that we use move and slide here. I tried a function called move and collide, which I would assume would do what you think, right? The problem with move and collide is that it requires completely different setup for is on floor, stuff like that. So you tell me what you think. Attempt new widget type probably needs XSD. Be right back. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, so it doesn't have a physics material. A physics material doesn't matter, I don't think. You can't even assign a physics material to a character body, right? Yeah, it's a collision object, but it's a different type of physics body. So because we use move and slide, I'm thinking that it doesn't actually do collisions. the way you have to kind of do it is you have to randomly apply an impulse to the thing that you want to hit, unless someone can figure out how to make move and collide work. The body will stop if it collides, return to commit a information collision, or when touching another body. I just don't understand, actually. I think it's like test move. I think there's ways to use it. But move and slide is going to move the body based on velocity. It collides with another. It will slide along the body rather than stop immediately, I guess. The character body is not making the rigid body move. See, like, it's never done it. Now, what you can do is demo. You can do something like hacky where you have this level and you go rigid body, you add a rigid body to it, and you give it a mesh. I'm going to give it a mesh of a sphere mesh, and then I'm going to give it a collision shape 3D. Watch this. You give it a sphere mesh. Okay, perfect. So, where is it? It should be here. I saved it, right? There, that's it right there. Okay. So it's nothing special, but you see how like I'm running into it and I'm like moving, sliding along it. That's great. So here's the trick. Anything else will make it go crazy, right? And then we can stop it because we can collide with it. But this is the deal. If you take it, the rigid body, and you go to your collision layers, and you take it off of one, you have it only hit, you only mask, meaning it just looks for collisions there. Now I can push it. There you go. Just an idea, you could attach a joint 20 or armatures, attach the other end of the visible rigid body, the bone should, it's a funny idea. Just have your, but that would mean that my bone simulation would need to be going all the time. Apply forces to the invisible rigid body would knock objects around the visible body attached to the limb. Use shot in the dark. This is similar to my physics game. I'm having issues. Yeah, I mean, you and I sound like we're in the same boat, and this is a cool idea. But so one thing you can do is like I said, you can take it off of you can just disable it on all these layers. So if we have rock, and we tell rock to just not be on those layers, we should be able to push it around. So it needs to be false here and false here. And what that would do is now I do believe it would simulate what we did with the rock. I mean, with the thing, it'll detect collisions. So my expectation is when I walk up to this, I should be able to push it with no force. Fuck. I wonder why that isn't true. Mask. Because this technically emulates what we have with why is the collision layer still 1, 1, and 3? So we should have this off. Which rock is that? In the other instance, it's that rock. Can I push you? I still can't push you. Is it sleeping? I don't think it's sleeping. Fucking fish. It's like, what did I goof? I'm not. I do like the rigid body idea. As long as it's not on, it's just a little tricky because the character's on a certain collision layer. But a rigid body, like, just like out in front of him. The problem is like, you'd have to put all your shapes and stuff that you want to knock around on a certain layer too. You just have to be good at managing your layers. And that's part of the problem here is that I haven't been disciplined enough. Capsule shape. Sure, it's just a capsule shape on a layer. And like, you can just throw this inside of the visual root so that it moves around with the character. Let me just turn that off. And you know what? Let's put a mesh in there too. Just a quick capsule mesh. And then we'll make it albedo smaller. Okay. How long did it take you to learn game dev? I don't know. 3 years to see what you see. All right. So now we have a thing that's way too low. What the fuck is it? It's blocking me. It's on layer 1. All right. Collision layer. What layer should it be on? I guess 5 because our interactables are on 5. Where'd it go? I think because it's affected by gravity or physics. It's actually a physics object, so I could lock it to a bone with a bone tracker. How long did you learn multiplayer game development? Building a game that will involve multiplayer. I was wondering if you had any advice. My YouTube has some advice on basically making pretty solid multiplayer starter kit. It's not perfect, but it'll teach you a lot. If you want to do the whole tutorial series, people have reported that they've enjoyed it. So that will definitely teach you something. I need, what do you think if I deactivate it or I just sleep it real quick? I'll just freeze it. I think if you have freeze mode like kinematic, for body is always frozen, use static, so the body is not affected, but collides with other bodies. Yeah. So you want kinematic freeze mode. I also have that problem where I've got freeze mode on for, so they're not hitting. It's funny, I can now knock the fish on this character. Why can I knock the fish but not the rocks? You know? Why can't that? Because is it because they're square? I mean there's capsule shape? That's so interesting. We've got a lot of experimentation we're doing tonight. Let's figure out this spawner. If I throw the prop spawner up and what's this stupid debugger? Get rid of, let's take this down to 10 fish. Get rid of these. Call this. We'll just get like 5 boxes, right? Boxes are about as simple as it gets, and it's a box that is, I believe, nothing, but we can test out the box. They just spawn randomly. Okay. Okay, so the box is behaving correctly. These have forces that act on them, so the ball is behaving, the fish is behaving. So now let's throw on our box our script. It's a pickup body. It is a pickup body already. Pick a body box. What? I think we're making progress. I didn't know it was a pickup body. It's not colliding with other players. It's not colliding with other boxes. That's odd. But maybe that's some of the adjustments that we're doing. So it's a colliding there. We can push it. Is that true on every pier, though? Yeah. I think it's just these are convex shapes or complicated shapes because of the fact that these are crazy ass shape. Maybe that's it. Maybe we just have. I don't think that's the case though. Let's go rock. I think we've just fucked up rock so much because we've used it for so many tests. We have two. What is this thing? What is going on here? Oh, it's local. I'm searching only for rock. Okay. What the fuck? There are two rock scenes in one rock. How does this thing even operating? Delete. What the fuck? How did rock get two rocks in it? Yo, what? What the fuck is this collision shape? It's a box. What is this box doing in the... It's got no collision shape now. I must have done something where it has a box shape. The collision shape that we have here is disabled. Let's disable it and just do a box. Holy moly. What on earth is going on here? Okay. Oh my gosh. It's all working better now that we don't have like 7 collision shapes on the fucking thing. We can get rid of our other thing. And yeah, here we go. We let the players just not... So what did we learn? Number one thing we've learned. The ball method. The ball method is what I demonstrated initially. This rigid body, as simple as it gets, right here. Collision layer means I am on that layer, collide into me, get fucked. Collision mask means I can see other guys, I can see other things. That makes it so that it still sticks to the world, it still hits all the stuff, but it is deciding to move. Okay? So if you only exist on 1 or 2 or whatever, you are listening for things coming in. So that's going to be a little bit better. And so in that case, our pickups are suddenly not colliding with each other, right? Because the box, yeah, this is good. We can fix that though. But that's kind of a good to have, you know, it's like they get kind of messy when they do collide with players still. The fish is giving him a kiss. That's nice. Okay, but we're skipping over these. If we wanted to change that, we have a couple of ways to do it. Basically, we only are masking now. Here we say we've got mask, mask. We don't exist on any layers. This is tough because what we can do is we can use our detection. We can say collide with other objects pretty simply. We've also got freeze mode going on. I was thinking layer. We can be on layer 1, but we could also try kinematic here. So I think it has to be on a layer. It's currently not on a layer, so this is fine. Oh my gosh, you're not colliding yet. going right through. Okay, he landed on my head. They collide with this, though. Why is that? Why do they collide with this thing? What do you think that is? But not each other. The fuck? All right, let's back to the remote. Fish. Exists on 5. It's not looking at 5. The fuck? It exists on 5 because we already set that. We need to do mask. We need to detect on 5 now. That makes a lot of sense. And this is good. This is good. And we have one more thing to fix, and we're going to be done with our fixes, and we can go work on the environment and our actual game. Also, we got to get this stupid fucking pink thing out of our way. This is all working. Now, there we go, baby. That's what we want. Perfect. Collision Mash and Layers give me a euphorisms. Are you using active ragdoll? Yes, I do. How does having Springbone have something to do with it? Yeah, so I'm using a combination of Springbones now because we have Springbone on fish. So that's a Springbone. It's very simple. The active ragdoll is a little more complicated. When I go into ragdoll mode, I can roll, I can come out of it, and I can bounce around. And then as we're about to see, I can actually pick up because my fellow player and move and swing them around. The problem with that is that I disabled that a little bit earlier. And we also have throw component, which allows us to throw. So all this stuff I coded custom and I've been working on for like a week, over a week. About a week I've put into this particular piece of the prototype, and it's been crazy. It's been crazy. We've had so many bugs, but we finally have networked physics objects working well. These, let's say, note critical, do not exist on player layers, or else you will stop them. So let's do that. Collide with other interactables. That's good. And then kinematic allows collision still. Wait, we don't need that because collisions only happen on kinematic allows collisions still, but this is a non-authority. So we shouldn't calculate any. Ooh. How's that complicated? Let's try. Let's make sure that we didn't break anything here. And then we'll go fix that player thing. But I can talk more about the ragdolls too. But basically, the trick is to basically have no gameplay that really depends on ragdolls. Yeah, I will. Yours could feel so much better. Yeah, I mean, it's taken a long time to get these to work, but the other thing is that they combine. They can do that, and then I don't know. I think maybe you were here when I was in the water map, but if I have an admin, and notice I am holding a fish right now, so watch this fish disappear, and we're good. Whee! And I'll go to I can swim, and the swim is in the ragdoll mode, and we can. All these things are combinatorial, so we can like drop and throw. And I can bounce around. And and it's fun if I turn up the ragdoll like speed. We can just basically play Sonic the Hedgehog. So I think I had this on like 30 or 50. Let's go 30. I think that's reasonable. Whee! Boom, 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 boom. So I'm gonna have this being we can play together too. So, oh no, I'm getting stuck by this pink thing is in my way. God damn it. You see the little dot that says red collision right there? You can see the pink thing is actually stopping me from rolling that direction. So let's go fix that, and then I'll show you my ragdoll setup. The player character is there's a couple of ways to do it. I'm actually going to think about doing it differently next time after all the stuff I've learned here, but um, pink thing, dead. You're dead to me, pink thing. The player consists of a couple of things. One, no camera. Cameras introduce jitter. If you have a camera anywhere in your player scene, make it top level and track the player. I personally switched to something called Phantom Cam. Phantom Cam has a third person follow view. There is a secret to multiplayer and jitter and all this. Like, there's a lot of secrets there, but that's the top level thing. So my cameras are in the root scene, and we have the ability for our player to get the camera view and orient towards that, and they move this visual root. So this thing rotates like this. That's how that works. Now, inside that is the secret sauce. This is the Godot plush skin. It's a very customized version of a asset library asset called Third Person by Geno. Third Person Controller by Geno. So you can try to do this. It's going to take weeks of work if you want it to look like mine. But inside that, I have done Physical Bone Simulator. And when we have this ball, essentially, that is the main bone that we track. And that's the one we roll with. And the Physical Bone Simulator is networked, and we make sure that we just pay attention to this hip bone really, really closely, and we kind of let the other bones be less deterministic. In my multiplayer synchronizer, I track very, very closely the single bone for network reasons and for just simulation reasons. Hip rotation, position, angular, and linear. This is the secret sauce that worked for keeping all the rest of the bones just flailing around, but that bone needs to be tracked. And there are some things you can do where you can basically set up a puppet system where you can basically show a mesh that is just a fake mesh that isn't the actual mesh. And you can do that on non-authority peers. That is how I would do this. I would essentially let's go to Miro and draw this out real quick. To do ragdoll with non-authority peers as puppets, tracking and lerping to a position for a major bone. So basically, you have to have some sort of synchronization on position, but you want to do as little as possible. Oh, here's an old drawing for my. Sorry for the blind. I usually work in dark mode, but we're working in light mode today. So basically, you have a player character who is the main idea, and they simulate the bones on their machine. Let's call them player A. And then on any other machine that isn't player A, like B or C, you want to basically sync one bone or one very important bone. And for your gameplay, you have to be careful not to do too much to make the ragdoll puppy follow the poses. Yeah, that is tough. Yeah, just basically broadcast as little as possible and whatever's essential for your mechanics of your game. Because if you want to make a game that is completely physics driven for your mechanics. Like it's important that my sword goes this position. You've got to do this a little differently. Because your ragdoll is going to ragdoll differently on different machines. You just have to accept that. But you want to make sure that there's some tracking of like the central bone and let the rest of the bones just do what they want on the other machines. That's kind of the strategy I took. So each foot and leg and whatever is completely different. But in my case, this circle, this ball is always the same. And that just had the best results. The rest, what will happen if you try to track too many bones is like you'll one, clog up the network, and two, they'll just desync and they'll jitter and they'll be annoying. And the main bone that I am driving the simulation from is the hip bone. And now I think there's some other ways to do this. Like basically, you could essentially have two different things. So this is a player A that has a real simulation. Like let's say this is the good simulation, right? Okay, got that. Now, any other player is going to have a fake sim, but you will still track the bone position that you need for like a sword. So basically, this one is like a fake mesh, and the mesh can like lerp towards a position that is like a little off or a little different. But you have, I have on this player character bone modifiers, and you can do wiggle bone, whatever. But here is these bone modifiers right and left. These, if I activate them, he picks something up essentially. So boop, 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 boop. And so you would just basically sync where this bone modifier is. So it's kind of like it's over here, there, wherever, rather than. Um, oh, it's actually this hold marker right here. So you would sync the position of this thing for your weapon. And that's the thing that the bones would try to get to, but it's going to be different on different machines. So those are some of my philosophies. But basically, if you're using the same node, you've got to have like one node tracked and the rest can flail. If you're using a different node, like a fake, then you can get a little more flexible, but you still have to track like something that's important, like a sword. And just have that be the authority of the simulation in a way, and just have the bones follow that. So I think like you've got a lot of different strategies, but basically you have to have some tricks. There's a lot of tricks here when we're doing and then the elegant way that I set ragdoll here is pretty cool. If I don't know if you were here for this earlier, but I explained it where I set ragdoll, I disable the other collisions based on the value coming in. So if ragdoll is true, we set the ragdoll to true, and then we say character, so the other character, all those get falsy if it's true. And then we basically become ragdoll, and then if it's ragdoll, we start the simulation. This is clearer. I don't know why I decided to inline those. And then finally, here's the secret sauce. Two RPCs. The state machine animations are done the same way, but the set ragdoll will call if I am the authority. I will set the ragdoll RPC to call remote, and then these will do all of the exact same things because set ragdoll is a Godot setter. This is a value. So all I have to do is just call this once as the value that comes in. So set ragdoll happens, and then RPC set ragdoll goes in with a value, and then on all the remote machines, it just says set ragdoll equals equals. So, and that setter will run again and start and stop the simulation and turn all the bones on and off without having to put them all in the multiplayer synchronizer. So I think that's extremely clever. I don't know how I got to that. A lot of trial and error, I guess. Anyway, I don't know if you're even still here. Da 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 da. Yeah, I'd like to see sometimes what you're working on too. If you have something, a video or something, you can send me in Discord or get my I think I might have my Discord. Yeah. Thanks, I appreciate it. And like, you know how hard this stuff is because you do some of the same stuff, and like I can tell that you're on the same track as learning how to do all this. It's like I think we're getting there though. The one thing I need to fix is being able to pick up characters. So what's happening is I should be able to pick up this player. See how it says pick him up just like he's a rock? And if I change his name in the options menu, like Warmogs, he should be, yeah, I can pick up Warmogs, but nothing happened. So we are getting a signal back that says that we are able to pick him up, which means we should be in the situation where this is happening. Integrate forces. I think that is good. If is multiplayer authority. Da, 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 da. So he's basically not sure if he is a pickup. Yeah. You're like a wizard on this thing. So have you find a channel? I'll be glad to show you my work. Going to Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If you find me, you can DM me on Discord too. I'm pretty active and stuff. I mean, so we're just having fun. I think that what is happening is plush.cr. We must have changed something just slightly here. None of these are happening because we have a pick up body, hips, integrate forces. This makes sense. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Okay. So why on earth? We moved this into, we moved the, that's what's happened. That's exactly what happened. So integrate forces is another really important piece here. Integrate forces basically allows all these different impulses to apply in a more like, okay, I don't exactly know what it does, but it does very well. So we need to call set carry velocity if we have a physical bone and this happens. So I think we could skip all of this. If n plus CR input, we could do this. I think maybe we should return a value from set carry velocity because we have all of that. Self-linear velocity, we are going to lerp this way for sure. And I'm pretty sure that the way that this used to be called is that I don't know, did it interrupt the loop? It probably did. It just did physics probably would set. In this case, we need to return. Let's do that. And we only call this like once. Let's do. Well, if method set and self sleeping, we know that we are ready to do the thing, right? Perfect. And when these are very similar, this is where this should go. And then we'll return true. It feels like they all return a value. Oh, we always return false. Says your Discord invite is a YouTube channel as is. Yeah, sure. I will fix that up in a minute. We have a little Godot server. It's Godot multiplayer focused. Um, most people talk about multiplayer there, but it's also for the East Coast. So in case you're around, I'll put a to-do list item to update that. All right, now all we have to do is if this, we return. Because we don't want to take any input from anybody else. I love early return. Okay, let's roll over to his friend. Can we pick him up? Fuck. I said if have method set sleep on physical, blah, 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 blah. I know that. It has method set sleep, but it does self sleep. It says, oh, self I don't know. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't be mad. I told it to check before calling it. Come. Mm. I can do that here. Very nice bonus of making it a bool. Boom. Headshot. Now I can demonstrate the composability of my pickup system. Because now we have friends who can pick each other up. Now, I am controlling him, but that doesn't mean that he can't just go pick up a rock, pick it up, become pick-upable, and then pick up that. So now we have this tracking system where they are creating a train of pick-upable objects and being very silly. When a player grabs an item, they all get authority over. And my players pick up a vessel with rigid body, transfer authority to the rigid body when held. Return everything to the server as soon as they let go. Is that the best way to go about it? Excellent choice. Yes, you have chosen right. Correct. I am not doing that in this prototype. I have done that in my other prototype that I actually created a prototype where it had mesh networking, and the best way to do the mesh networking was to have no server, so anyone who picked up something got authority over it. In this case, you would be well served to reduce. It would reduce latency, make things more responsive, and in my case, I have not chosen to do that. um, because I still have a server today. It's a relay server. So I just keep all of that on the server just to centralize that authority. And well, if latency becomes a big issue when holding something, and you could be right. It's a great idea. You can transfer it. I think I could do that in this prototype, um, but just maybe an option I come back late for later because I do have the concept of an owner and a pickup person. So how do you make things snappy? Client side prediction. I give full client authority over your player. So if you joined this prototype as Warmog, you have everything that you have on your body is your authority. Okay, so that means that you're gonna have a fun, snappy time. But the fish, he's still a server authority. So when you pick up a fish, your fish is gonna lag behind you a little bit. Okay, and that's just how things work. Could I improve that by when you pick up a fish, you get full authority over it and it's more responsive? Or yes, I've done that in the previous prototypes. And the reason why I didn't do it here is because it let me just like do Steam better. I think like that might be a little tougher on Steam, some other like distribution methods because I'm using WebRTC and eNet multiplayer peer, and those are great. Um, but I don't know that, I feel like there's just going to always be a host in a lot of those situations where you just still have server authority. Like I have an admin here that can like go to other maps and stuff and like spawn stuff. And like I'm the admin. I'm going to be hosting this for my Twitch chatters to play around in. That's the idea. And let's go waiting. If I go waiting, I'm too slow. Yeah, now I'm under the water a little bit. I need to turn up that buoyancy force. I had it at 20. Is it still at 20? I wonder why I need 25 now. 30? I don't think I need 35. It's too high. It's too much buoyancy. I'll fix that in a sec. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done much with Steam, but like I said, like yeah, they just float. And like I think the server is still gonna be authority over some of this stuff and like I don't know. So client side I've done client side prediction and simulation, but the NetFox, I'm sure you know about NetFox, does a lot of that, and I think it's just way overcomplicated for a lot of places because if you're doing full server authority, it sounds like you're doing a lot of client authority and you're passing the responsibility to update objects to clients, which is pretty advanced. And I highly recommend that strategy that you're going for. Just like you said, I want players to be able to pick up vessels with a rigid body in it, transfer authority to the rigid body, within the hell. Yeah, absolutely. So like you are probably doing something, and I could do that in this prototype pretty easily. If I have my very abstract, very powerful class called pickup body that everything is a pickup body. So it is a pickup body and it does the collisions, it does the processing, and then very important, it does an RPC for the interact. When I interact, I could get the remote sender ID right here on this line. I'll make this bigger for you. That's smaller, not bigger. There you go. I could, on this line, go set multiplayer authority. Multiplayer dot get remote sender ID. And then revert that back to, and actually might just even work. The only problem is that I might check is server in like a few like select spots. And if that, yeah, he's not going anywhere. It's funny because basically I told physics not to run on things that aren't there. Like that's the other thing is like I told physics to just not run on non-authorities. So I it's a conscious decision where I don't run any authority. I don't run physics on any node that doesn't have authority over it. Sync sound is on. Oh yeah, so mode is authority too. Like I do that a couple places. So before I go far down this line, I should save because we did a lot of good stuff. Uh, mm, fix tab. Uh, better integrate. Fix pickup body integrate forces. Fix. What else did we fix? A minecart. Oh my god, we fixed a whole lot. Fix interact to circle. All right. But here's what we would do. We would then grab this set mode that we're getting remote center ID. That is now yours. You own it. But we must do this. What else? That's fine. Then we just take authority off of. Authority is 0. Why is this coming in as 0? That's not possible. Oh, authority is 0 is different than. Yeah, that makes sense now. Then my use of the word 0 in this case is purely for unsetting a multiplayer peer. Okay, I like it bigger, but I need it a little smaller. We have in the interact pickup, we have a sound that is playing incorrectly. Here, any peer. I did this to prevent double calling. I don't know, should this work? Didn't really work. I have a lot of multiplayer checks. Is multiplayer authority and sound sync owner. So this is tough because this says set owner and this is RPC, and then this gets set by the interact body, which is this, and then we emit. Are we the authority at this point? This is bad. I think this will cause an infinite loop, right? Yeah, I don't know that this is a productive line of reasoning because of some of the custom cases that I have. Yeah. He's definitely freaking out there. Yeah, it's a little different. Okay. Wind it back. Cool idea though. Definitely possible. Because we do essentially have like something called an owner, which is just the current person who's picked it up, we can respect that and figure it out later if we need to. Oh god. Prettier. Ugh. Run. Oh no, it's 11. Okay, where are we? What are we doing? Okay, let's play this again. Just do some tests. Let's do some stress tests. What am I picking up? Am I muted on this character? Thanks for showing your work. Got to bounce 5 a.m. where I'm at. Oh my gosh. I hope you could, yeah, sleep. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'll have to stream earlier so that those in that sort of time zone can see. Yeah, take it easy. I got to go to bed too. Whew. Super, super. Have a good day. Sleep well. What happened to your fish? Why can't you pick up fish number 7? Oh, you can. Maybe something was just momentarily wrong. Whee! We could just have a box right on that right side. How do I get the difference between to transform or multiplying the second one affine? Sure, why not? The pick up global transform. This one. Transform. Body difference. Okay. All right, we've really got to go to bed, friends. Never trust AI. Yeah, but I'm in my flow state. What do you mean you're in your flow state? You're doing good work? You're doing a great job. You talking about AI? I don't know what I'm doing. I want a positional transform. Origin, distance 2. Is that going to give me a transform? A translation? Yeah, we want that. There as I wake up may say otherwise. Yeah, I have a rule. 3 strikes. 3 strikes, you go to bed. Right? That's just how I feel. I don't get the distance 2 thing because the distance transform origin distance 2 is just a, oh, that is a vector, right? No, it's a float. But maybe it'll be a, maybe if these we're doing origins, it'll be a actual transform because I would like it to be a transform rather than a. Start questioning whether a word I like noises spells when I throw in the towel. Yeah, that seems like a good time to hang it up. Is it working? I don't think it's working. Why am I jumping so much? There's no distance to function in a trend. Why am I trusting AI at all at this point? Like, None of these answers are correct. Godot, find the magnitude of a transform difference 3D. I don't know. I don't know. Take the length, yes. Oh god, 24 minutes.
Today, I wanted to give an overview and an explanation of Godot's Transform 3D and Basis types.
This is the best thing I've
These
ever
are going to be
seen.
used all over in 3D game development, and you're definitely going to need to use it if you're creating a 3D character movement script. So in most 3D character movement scripts, you'll probably see a collection of lines that look something like this, where we first get the input direction vector. And then on the next line there, we're basically multiplying it with the transform.basis of the character body. And put simply, this is going to rotate the input vector so it's relative to the character. Then we have a desired movement direction, and you can multiply that with the character's move speed. And that'll set the character's velocity to move in the world direction that we want.
I'm tired as fuck.
And here's just a quick visual of the input.getVector function,
This
which
looks great.
basically just maps your movement keys, whatever you assign them to a vector, so you can easily go from user input to a vector in whatever direction you want to move. And then multiplying it by the basis basically takes it from that pure XY vector to a vector that's going to be relative to the character body. And we also move it to 3D. Instead of X and Y, we set Y to 0 and map Y to Z because we wanted to move horizontally in this 3D world based on
This is so good. This is great content.
And to illustrate, if I remove this transform.basis multiplication and I try to go forward, you'll see the input is no longer rotated as relative to my character's forward-looking direction. It's just whatever the forward direction of the world is. So whether you know it or not, if you're working with anything 3D in Godot, you're using Transform 3Ds pretty much all the time. They are what encompass and store the position, rotation, and scale of every 3D object, and they're also what enable children of nodes to move relative and along with their parents. So I think it's a pretty intuitive concept.
I've lost the signal. Yeah.
Children grouped with their parents so they move relative to them. But it's important to understand what's actually happening here is that when we get the position of a child to render it or do pretty much anything in game, we multiply up the tree the child's local transform.
This is what I did earlier.
All of its preceding parents' transforms up the tree, as many nodes as it has parents. So here's an example where we have a point or a sphere in front of our player 1. And right now the sphere's local and global position are in the same spot because the player is just centered around 0, 0, 0, the origin. If we move our player, our point's global position is going to change, but it's still going to stay in the same local position relative to player 1. So as an exercise here, if I want to do what Godot basically does for us all the time and go from the point's local position to get its global position, I can multiply its parent's transform by it, and that will transform it from local space to global space. And you can see I've printed out the transform here. And that last part there, referred to as the origin, is the position of the object. So transforms usually enable us to go from local to global space, but you can also use them to go the other way, from global space relative to any other transform. And to do that, you can use the inverse of any object's transform. You can see here I'm multiplying player 2's transform dot inverse multiplied.
Hey, you can use a console at Godot? What the fuck?
Get this 4.4, 1.9, 2.9. And we can verify
there's no console
right by using Godot's.
Okay, I'm exhausted. I'm getting out of here.
And this is
thanks for hanging, guys.
global position,
see you tomorrow.
make it relative or